Here.
Jessica Simonson,
Here.
Brandon Collier,
Here.
Kevin Berry,
Here.
Khalil Whitman,
Here.
Georgina Broa. She let me know she'd be running a little bit late. Mildred Parker,
Here.
Jackie Nesbitt,
Here.
and Chuck Sabat.
Here.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Reviewing of the agenda. Is there any changes? Hearing none. We'll move to approval of the minutes from March 18th. We'll entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jessica. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mildred. Open for discussion. Any changes? Hearing nothing. Anybody opposed passage or abstain? Hearing none, passage unanimous. Thank you. All right, next is announcements, the ACE funding programming.
Yep, I will take that. So the pilot and capital program RFGP closed on April 10th at noon. And I heard last night that we had 48 applicants. So that's exciting. The evaluation committee will be working to review all the applications and meeting the last week of April to discuss recommendations for award. And then our second program highlight is the operational assistance program that Thread is helping to administer, and those applications are open through April 26th.
Fantastic. I'm going to suggest one change, and I'm sorry, Austin, when you had me review this, I thought you made this change and I did not catch it. I wanted us just to review the timeline of the 27 budget process before we opened it up to public comment. That was my goal. And I did not notice that. So unless the board has a problem with that, I'm just going to move that before public comment. And the purpose of it is one, to outline what that process is, make sure those online also know, and kind of what they're commenting to, and then we can go into public comment. Is there any concerns about that change?
Chair Storrs, can I just clarify? So I did 2 public comment periods,
you
one for
did?
general stuff that's not budget related, just so we could focus public comment for the budget items during that discussion. You can do it however you want, but there is a spot
Okay.
for both of them.
Sorry, I was going off of the a different one that you gave me notes on, and then this was updated. My apologies. So we'll follow that. Thank you for that clarity, Austin. All right, so that's probably what I saw and thought, oh, that was great. So perfect. So we'll just do general public comment. So again, it's kind of Austin just outlined, not related to the budget for 27. We're going to save that. As outlined, we're going to talk about what that process is and then open up for some conversation, but did want to open up if there was any specific comments or sharing that folks wanted to do. Hearing none.
Oh, we have it. Right?
Oh, thank you. Melanie.
Hi, good morning, Trevor. Melanie Hooper, President and CEO of Campfire Alaska. And I just wanted to take a moment to just thank Austin for her leadership the last couple of years. I know that with Christina coming on, we're celebrating a transition there. But Austin, you just really heard the voice of the sector and families and staff and providers. And just we're really grateful for the leadership that you provided. Just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had us on, so that we-
Christina had us on mute. I'm sorry, I was just saying, thank you, Melanie. For that, I concur, and actually, I was going to do some recognition at the end, but we can do it all throughout. Thank you. Any other comments at this point? Hearing none, we will move forward to new business, strategic plan, quarterly update.
Thank you, and welcome to Georgina. Okay, I will share a quarterly update. Making sure you can see our screen. Okay, can everyone see the screen?
I'm assuming yes, since we
Assuming yes.
haven't heard anything.
So, as a reminder, in this fall, you will work together to conduct a strategic planning exercise and develop a 3-year strategic plan for the ACE Fund. So I have here on the screen highlighting the purpose, vision, and core values of that plan, just to ground us in this work. So this plan that was developed turned into an opportunity for us to track what our initiatives are and put those into quarterly action items. So I've been working with professional growth systems to have access to a tracking system where we can track the activities and the actions that we do towards our plan. And it provides a nice visual for us all to see how we're working towards completing the goals in our plan. So I'm going to share a snapshot of what that system looks like. This is really just so visually you have an idea, and then I'll highlight the action items for each initiative. So this screen is showing 2 initiatives. The first one being evaluate and strengthen ACE Fund program and systems. This system allows us to, if you can tell in the first screenshot, we have quarters down here at the bottom. So for the first quarter, I'll be giving the update on each initiative. And then in the green, it kind of shows a visual of the progress that we're making a percentage. So we're 50% complete on this action item. And that action was to develop, well, I can't even see it that far. What we've been doing, this was really focused on developing data and evaluation of what we need to make sure that our programs are successful and we know what we're tracking and how to measure success. So our data and evaluation committee has been established, and we had our first kickoff meeting this month. Really, because we have already established, sorry, I'll just mute. Because we've already established the reporting that we want, the data we're collecting from our current programs, I put it at 50% because we really want to meet as a committee and dive into what exactly do we want to know from these programs. There may be additional data points or measures of success that we're going to add into those programs. So that's why it shows at 50%. We are getting data from everyone, and we are able to present, to share on how they're successful and what challenges they're facing. But we're going to take a little bit more time to fine tune exactly making sure that our data we're collecting is reaching the goals that we're aspiring to with these programs. And we are also working on developing summaries to tell the story of the ACE Fund program. So right now, we're about halfway through beautiful 1-page summaries on all of the capital and pilot projects so that we can share those publicly and really tell the story of how they've been successful, innovative, creative, and working toward bettering childcare. The next initiative that we had was finalize the ACE Fund investment strategy. Our actions towards those goals, we've completed our goal for this quarter and also pretty much for next quarter. The 2026 programs and budget was developed, and at our last meeting, we met to discuss any adjustments that were needed for those programs. The board approved those Q1 budget recommendations in March. And we presented that some ACE Fund updates to the Assembly Health and Safety Committee on April 1st. And so in that presentation, we shared how we plan on investing for 2026 into our programs and included that Q1 update. So this slide also has two of our initiatives. The first one, identify the resources required to support a thriving and sustainable early childhood sector that meets family needs and develop a plan for progress. Our first activity was that we wanted to do a community needs assessment to really gather more information in the municipality of Anchorage on what the needs are with childcare providers, what families are facing, and just have a really clear picture of the problems that we're trying to solve with the strategies we're putting in place. Our first goal was to identify a budget for that assessment. And as you know, we worked a little bit on finding out new information about how revenues were not as what we expected. So we were doing some tweaking and planning how we were going to adjust our budget for that. So this activity for this needs assessment was put on pause while we really got a handle on what the budget was looking like. And so we'll pick that back up. The other action here was we included in the rural health transformation letter of interest that I had submitted funding for this community needs assessment. So we're hoping to hear about that soon, and we'll keep everybody posted once we do. The Data and Evaluation Committee also met to discuss and identify early data needs. So part of that, once we do get this community needs assessment going, we're already doing some of that groundwork to identify what's the information we need. And then moving into the strategic initiative of support sector collaboration and coordination. There wasn't actually an activity for Q1, but I ended up adding one, which was just establishing partnership relationships, like building our partner list and formally, because I recognize that we were already doing a lot of activities towards partnership. So even in this first quarter that I've been in the position, I together with the board members and Austin have presented at several partner meetings, giving updates on what the ACE Fund, how it was established, what it's doing, what our goals are, et cetera. And identifying where we can connect in our work with other organizations. We also have connecting the next step of the needs assessment again with our Data and Evaluation Committee. So those partnerships, there are others doing the same type of work. A good example is United Way's pilot project was doing a study around the employer cost share models and interest. And so they already gathered data around our community about employers' interest and providers' needs in that scenario. So just really bringing together all the things that we're doing to make it more easy to understand. Okay, and then our last one is strengthen leadership capacity by hiring a dedicated executive director. We crushed that goal, you guys. So I put 75% complete on this goal because one of the activities there was establishing year one goals. I've been working very closely with Austin. The other two goals there was a transition plan, making sure that we work through passing off all the information, and Austin has been amazing doing so. I'm really sad that our month is coming very quickly. And we have talked about year one goals, but I'll probably put that as complete once we share what those year one goals are with everyone and you have input in that. So we've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of little pieces. We continue to have new things to talk about. So we'll keep you updated on what that looks like, but everything has been going extremely well on the onboarding piece. So next quarter priorities, just as a highlight, we are going to focus on the budget. So developing a recommendation for our 2027 budget. That's going to include several board discussions, public input, consideration of the mayor and assembly priorities, and alignment with our ACCEE priorities. Our data and evaluation is another high focus for the next quarter. The committee is going to be looking at aligning on our definition of success, proposing metrics that are tied to that success, and defining goals for each of our funded programs. Or I should say refining the goals since we already have them in place. And then communication is also something that we want to ramp up in this next quarter. So we'll be completing our one-page summaries of our programs and developing communications to better tell the story of ACE Fund and highlight our programs and what we're doing. So we have a commitment for that in the next quarter. Are there any questions on the strategic plan update?
Any questions from the board? Just some quick thought. One, great, and congratulations to everybody. Like, we're making progress. And again, something to always remember. Yes, we have support and staff, but we're also a volunteer board. And it's amazing to see the progress we are making. And again, just want to thank you all as board members and definitely the entire team. This work could not be done without that. And I know a lot of it is on and has been on Austin's shoulders and now Christina. So thank you all for that. One of the things that might be helpful, I know I'm kind of the presentation is helpful, but is there any way that we're able to print off from the program like a dashboard that kind of keeps us attuned every quarter so it can be part of the packet? Is that possible?
Sure, like a printed version.
Yeah.
Yes, that's possible.
And that way, board can also read it prior to, because I know everybody reads the board packet, and then we can also be prepared with any questions. Around the needs assessment, one of the things is, have you looked or thought about having a conversation with Rasmussen with their current fund? And would that be something that they would fund potentially in partnership? Because I know that the dollars that we have available has gone down. We need to look at that, but that is something that they've been looking at and or how they support communities.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Honestly, I first was getting a hold of our budget just to see, but knowing where we are now, then I think that that's a really good next step is to reach out and do some outreach and find out where we can collaborate. I know there's lots of funded pieces going on and it seems like there's always a needs assessment being conducted. So if not partnering with someone on one that's existing, also just reaching out for fundraising on this specific need.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, let's get into the 27 budget. So I've asked Christina just to outline, and she's done a really good job here. She'll show you in a minute. In Austin, what is the standard process? Really, what is our timeline? It is almost like a 6-month, well, almost like a 12-month process. We're always talking about the budget, where things are. So Christina's done a really good job of outlining this. And one of the things is if we'll take this and translate it in, I believe we already have a document Austin provided that this is based off of, and we can share it out with the whole board. So you have it, it kind of outlines what we need to do throughout the year related to the budget. So I'll turn it over to you again, Christina.
Thank you. So our budget process, we'll walk through, as Trevor mentioned, we're gonna go through the timeline. And we'll identify roles and responsibilities within this process and be able to see where there's opportunities for input, not just from the board, but also from the public and from leadership. Good. Okay, so we'll look at this as a timeline. We'll walk through. So April, this is our April meeting. We're going to begin some initial conversations regarding next year's budget. And we're holding our first code required public hearing opportunity. So we can get input up front from the public on what they'd like us to consider for the budget. In May, we're going to invite the mayor to hear her priorities and just collaborate on some ideas, ACE fund goals, be able to share and have a conversation about what our goals are and hear what her team's goals are as well. And then we'll continue discussing what we'd like to see in shaping our budget. I do have, later we'll discuss some approach opportunities to how we want to look at this in May. So be thinking about that, what you'd like to see included in our approach. In June, we're going to discuss and prepare a rough draft budget and then be able to share that out and collect some initial public feedback on our rough draft budget. And these are all, the only required pieces in here are the public hearing opportunities. So know that we can adjust throughout, but this is a good layout of tackling the big discussions that we're going to have. So then the plan for July would be the board reviews public feedback and can talk about any adjustments that we want to make based on what we're hearing. And we'll hold that second code required hearing on that draft budget that we've shared. And then that'll give us an opportunity after the meeting to incorporate feedback and we can share that final draft with the public for a final review. In August, the board's going to engage in the final discussion and that's when we'll conduct our vote on what we'd like to recommend as the final budget. And then after that meeting, we'll go ahead and send that forward to the mayor and team and share our final proposed with the public. So you can see throughout where there's opportunities for you all to provide input and the public to provide input. By September 2nd, we'll need to have that final budget shared with the mayor and we'll copy the assembly so everyone can see what our final recommendation is. In October, the mayor supplies the budget to the assembly and it's a good opportunity for us to try to get in front of the Public Health and Safety Committee again and have a work session where we share our recommendation and a little bit about why we've chosen these programs and give them the opportunity to ask us questions. In November is when a lot of the work is done with the assembly. They have their work sessions and the assembly will pass a final budget, which will include our ACE fund budget as well. We'll also, the staff will share the final budget with the public once that's been decided and voted on by the assembly. And then in January 1st, that's when our new budget goes into effect and our programs can begin. That brings us to March, where we're going to be looking at what actual revenue is, again, a similar process to what we did this year, and holding that against our revenue projections that we built our budget on. We'll look at our expenses and we'll have another discussion if there are for quarter one recommendations to be made for adjusting our programs if necessary for 2027. And then in April is when the assembly does their work session and looks at our recommendation and makes the decision on passing that new budget for the year. To put that in perspective of this year, we actually just got notice this morning that the recommendation that we provided to the mayor for our Q1 updates has been passed off with the same intent that we provided to the assembly. So it's a good update, a timely update, I should say. So I have a reflection slide just to get us in the mindset before next meeting. We do know we have reduced funds going into 2027 from what our projections were initially, so keeping the projections of what 2026 was, we're looking at 5.2 million. I think we built a budget around 7 million going into 2026. So we'll already want to be aware of our programming and be thinking about this new number.
Can I ask a question on that? Who's setting the projection? Like, is that coming from a municipal accountant's office or like what's that process?
Yes, we get, well, we've been working with the Treasury, the municipal Treasury, to provide us with those projections, and they're looking at national trends and local trends and really providing mostly in our side of the US, right? Like Northwest trends, and really looking at what both the actual revenues are. Like, we're able to track monthly revenue, so that is taken into consideration with what the trends are. So that's how the projections are made. Yeah. And so keep in mind that piece. We're also waiting to hear from the administration on if all or some of our programs will remain in the ACE fund. You know, we've asked the question around the AFD grant, if that will continue to be funded from the ACE fund or the alcohol tax fund. So some of those informational pieces are going to be helpful for us during this conversation over the next few months. And then we're preparing a survey. I know we talked a little bit about that in our individual check-ins when we met, to really help us guide the discussion to, you know, find out on some larger reflective questions where we land as a board on some of the priorities and the goals and what your perspectives are of the biggest needs that we want to fill, et cetera. So that will be conducted prior to the May meeting. Give us that opportunity to guide our discussion in May. So some of the questions that I think you want to be asking yourselves, which will cut, some will come in the survey, but ahead of the meeting is, you know, what's a priority? Do we want to continue funding all of the programs that we've been funding now? Do we want to spend some time exploring new ideas that haven't been discussed before? What data do you maybe need to help make those decisions? Because if we know that ahead of time, we can come prepared to make sure you have that information. What do you know, do we want to look at the programs that we decided not to implement for this year again? So have those conversations in your head and just become thinking, ready to come have those discussions.
I mean, it's the elephant in the room, whether or not AFG is on ACE fund or alcohol. I mean, really, that's a huge. I mean, we can't really move. That's the deficit, right? So 5.2 to 7 million is the 2 million that ASG makes up, and it could make or break whether or not we do all those other programs.
That's true.
So if ASG was moved to alcohol, we could potentially do all the programmings. So knowing and wishing and.
Yes.
Thank you for saying that. I was thinking this.
I mean, I'll call it up.
Yeah, no, and that's why we're waiting to hear from the administration, so exactly why, and it's not a surprise, so. We were able to absorb ASC for the past 2 years. So again, historically, remember, we had the 1 year of funding from 24 rolling to 25. And then we also had other years with unspent dollars. They were allocated, but not everything was spent. We also had, in some areas, more revenue coming in than was expected, and so forth. So really, it's taken us a couple of years, which we expected when we first were looking at, we would get into our normal allocation and not having big sums of extra dollars. So that's what this is. And when ASD, as well as also last year, was at the beginning of just over 100,000. So it's about 2.1 million that was allocated to us that was not initially in our budget or an intent, was all being absorbed by some of those extra dollars. Although even this year it was challenging, we had to do some reductions and look at. So that's what we're asking the mayor of. If I was a predictor, they're working on their budget. I'm sure she'll come. We're gonna ask to try to get clarity. I'm gonna guess that we're not going to get that. And that we then as a board have to discuss how do we want to approach it.
Yeah.
And there'll be some recommendations like, let's do a budget as and a budget without, that concept. As well as decide how do we as a board want to move forward.
Right.
What conversations do we want further with the mayor's office and or potentially the assembly and looking? And again, going back to the original intent, which I know is that it was these were never set up to augment and take over anything that was happening in the alcohol. The alcohol was in addition, this was in addition to that investment, and that's not the way it's being done. But, we'll do what we can in our control, but we also recognize, I personally recognize the work that ASB is doing and what that money does. And we don't want to see existing programs that have been, a lot of investment has gone in, and if you stop funding them, you don't just lose those programs, you really lose the investment. And is that worth it? So there's a lot of conversations that we're going to need to have. You kind of kicked us off. Was there anything else you wanted to share, Christina?
I just wanted, last ask of everyone is to, be thinking about if there's something that you want to see included in our facilitation of the budget discussion. Feel free to send me an email. If you have an idea now, you can say that now, but I want to hear your input as well. I'll be putting together an approach for us to help facilitate this conversation, but I want to make sure that you have input in that as well. So it can also be adjusted once we talk about here's how we're going to approach the budget. So it's not your last chance to give input, but if you do have thoughts that you want to let me know about, please let me know now or send me an email, either works.
Okay, any questions on the timeline or anything else that we have discussed related to the budget at this point? One of the things for me is when we created the programs, and one of the reasons we also continued those programs in 26 was due to the fact that we didn't have data. And we knew that what we were investing was not a one-time thing, that we needed to invest it over time to actually see the actual impact. Well, one of the things that we've been waiting for and hoping for is what is the end data of year one, because most of those programs are getting closed. What data can we have or expect to have by May or even June to better inform us as a board of the impact of those? So we're not blindly making decisions, but also hopefully making it off of at least existing data. Do we know? And or is that, I will get back to you.
No, we do know some of that data that we can send ahead of time for the meeting. We've talked a little bit about that in the data evaluation committee as well. So we'll pull out some of those high level points. I think that's gonna be our baseline though, right? Like it would be nice if we had more than just the baseline data, but it will
When you
give us.
say baseline, what does that mean?
So for example, just using the operational grant, we, for the first year, having that data of how many people were served and what the percentages are of this, 80%, so that it helped them remain open, et cetera, like some of those high percentage points. If we had 2 years, that would be our baseline to say, like, this is how the funding helped in 1 year. How did that increase or decrease or stay the same going into the second year of how this support made a difference?
So we have year one data.
Correct.
But yeah, we wouldn't expect to have year two when year two isn't done.
Right, so I just was mentioning, like,
Okay.
we'll have the
That's what
baseline
you mean.
data, yep,
The baseline for you is year one.
right.
Okay.
So it's helpful for us in our conversations to see what supports that we actually did with these programs. And that's part of one of the philosophies is continue the same program so that we can measure over time how it's really had an impact. And then there's another conversation of, are these just from this year one data, do we still feel like these are the right measures, or do we want to try something different?
Yeah, I just find the data will be very important for the conversation, and being able to move things forward. Anything else before I open up to public comment? Okay, so we're gonna open public comment on the budget. So as Christina outlined, one of the first things, we're mandated by and or in code is just an open conversation. There isn't any set, questions or parameters, but the idea is to really hear from the public of what you think. As well as if you've also benefited or participated in any of the programs, it's also great to hear what has that impact been for you? To again, give us information and some that personal data of how these dollars are being used and or could be used as we start the conversations. And then also if you have anything to share, if you know of, hey, in this state, this is what's been going on, they've seen a huge increase, anything that you may have out there that you want to share with us, please do. We really do try to make this as community process and open as possible, but still recognizing it's ultimately the board's responsibility to make these decisions, but really want to try to open up the opportunities for you as those on the ground doing the work to give us the feedback and giving us those suggested directions of best ways of utilizing these dollars to have the greatest impact for our children and our families. So with that said, would anybody like to kick us off? Nate?
I guess, yeah.
Thanks.
Nate Root, President and CEO for the YMCA of Alaska. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make comment. I would just like to stress that the bulk of the grants being able to go to, the bulk of the funds being able to go to operational grants is where we've seen the greatest impact for ourselves and in the sector. Having the flexibility to be able to use those funds to stabilize our programming, where recently we've seen a decrease in enrollment, but we're trying to continue to improve our staffing, the quality of our programs, and having that flexibility has been extremely important.
Nate, you talked about a decrease in enrollment. Can you just share a little bit of that, just so we better understand?
Yes, and I know I'm not alone in this as the YMCA. This is the first time in decades we have not had wait lists in our programs. And we are trying new marketing approaches, direct communication with parents. We see all the data that screams that parents are looking for childcare, and we're trying to figure out what that boundary is between needing it and actually getting enrolled in a program. But our enrollment numbers have dropped substantially this year for the first time again in decades. But with trying to keep to the ratio numbers and improve staffing and ongoing training, having the flexibility to use those grants in any area of operations is what's helped stabilize our programs.
Right. And I open it up to the board. I really kind of want free flow. I'm not timing folks. I will recognize time and manage that. Board members have any follow-up questions for Nate? Please raise your hand. See none. Thanks, Nate. Do stay on. There might be some follow-up or further discussion. Melanie.
Good morning again. Melanie Hooper, President and CEO of Campfire Alaska. I would also echo what Nate is saying, that we see the most imperative and important investment into the sector with the funds is the childcare operating grants. For us, we've been using those to cover a variety of operational expenses. Our parent fees only cover about 70% of the actual cost to deliver program. And one of the things actually that was really significant this year is in our budget season in November and December, we were able to make a decision to hold parent fees down from an increase for the first time in 5 years because we could plan on year 2 of the ACE funds operating grants. And so that was a big part of keeping those fees down. Similar to Nate, we are seeing for the first time in decades, no wait list in any programs. We have space in every single after school licensed childcare. And the biggest thing we're hearing is affordability. And so again, the cost of care continues to increase, as Nate is stating, as we're trying to be competitive in the workplace market. Insurance cost, all of those things are continuing to rise for us, food costs, but parents simply cannot afford increased rates. And so I think we're going to need to continue to see investment in those operating spaces. The other thing I'll just share is we've been doing a lot of financial scenario planning as an organization. And what we're seeing is that every time we open a new program, it's taking approximately 4 years to build to a sustainable enrollment where the enrollment is at a level where it can self-sustain and cover the direct operating cost of that program. So that's data we've been seeing. We've been opening 2 to 3 programs a year since 2021. So have some pretty significant data there that's helping inform that. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Melanie? Melanie, again, kind of like with Nate, and maybe Thomas might even have this on a national level. I've been hearing things on childcare, but in the sense of why aren't you seeing wait lists? Are parents just not able to afford it? Are they choosing to stay home? Are they losing job? Like, what is happening? Because that's for many, many years,
Yeah.
especially after COVID, there was the ringing of the alarm, and my biggest
Right.
fear is if we share that, oh, no wait list, and we're dropping enrollment, kind of like what's happening with school. Oh, we don't need to fund, we don't need to invest. Can you help us maybe understand a little more, and or what would help to figure out what is going on?
Yeah, I think it's a variety. I don't think there's one single factor, but what I would say is the National America After 3 p.m. data was published here just this fall, and affordability really had risen to the top, where in the past access and having space in programs were some of the largest barriers, particularly for after school based licensed care. Now we're seeing affordability cited as one of the leading causes, both nationally and here in Alaska. So I think that is a significant driver for a variety of it. But I also believe, and this is anecdotally, we're hearing that there are more families that have some flexibility around working from home. But I also think that that becomes an equity issue in our community, because largely the people who have that are, some of those more affluent households that we're actually enrolling and helping us cover some of the cost of scholarships and just allowing other families access to care. So I think we have a pretty significant gap emerging. What we're hearing from families on surveys and just direct feedback to us is the middle is getting squeezed out of affordable care. So if you meet the child care assistance and you're able to navigate that very complex process for families, you have some supports and subsidies. And if you are high income households, you can afford it. But the middle is really where we're seeing, I think, the gap in service.
Thank you, really appreciate that.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Questions?
I'd have a comment, just thinking about the school start times changing. It's only been about the second or third year of that. So I'm wondering if that has an effect on you for the first time in 10 years, really seeing gaps in no wait list or still having a slot.
That could be part of it, Christina, but actually, what I would say is, so the school start time shift, I think, has actually helped the school age sector, because mostly from a staffing capacity standpoint, to not have a split shift where employees are coming in for a couple hours, leaving for 5 hours, coming back for 3 hours. Now they can get their full, either part-time or full-time hours in one shift. And that's actually helped with retention. We actually saw quite a few staff return to us that had previously worked for us. So I think it's had a benefit on our program quality and on the staffing side of it. And really looking at the numbers, we did lose, some of those families that were only morning care. We did lose a portion of those, but that really isn't impacting the afternoon wait lists, which is where we largely saw those wait lists in the past, which we no longer see this year.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mhm.
Great. Thomas?
Yeah, hi. Thank you to the board for having kind of an open, I'd say it's not even an open public comment, it's an open conversation period, which I really appreciate at the beginning of it. I would just really echo what both Nate and Melanie shared around the school age sector is collectively across our licensed after school programs in the municipality, which Camper and YMCA represent the lion's share of licensed school age childcare in the state and in the municipality, but across the municipality, we're hearing very similar pieces. What I will say as well, there is a need to do additional understanding and research around what is causing this change in it. A lot of the information we're getting is anecdotal. And what we are hearing, though, is that we know from all the national data is that the affordability is just going out of families' ranges as the cost of everyday life is increasing. Families are making that difficult decision around their school age child of whether or not I feel comfortable leaving my child home or not. And really seeing, especially as the cost of early care is rising continually, that is putting the squeeze and pressure on. Great, I'm going to start saving or trying to recoup for the money I lost. And we're seeing, the sector kind of reducing now, where we used to see our fifth, sixth graders when we had sixth grade part of licensed school age was kind of our lowest bracket. Now we're seeing that kind of moving down further. And it's not that families don't want the care. It's that families are in debt from years of care leading up to the school age kind of environment. So I would say there's definitely a need to kind of do some more research. That's something that we are interested as well on trying to understand more of what's happening on. We know the cost, though, of living is going up, and this is the tough decisions families are making. So the other piece I would echo for our other school age providers as well, those operational grants really have been key around helping them and having the predictability, and kudos to the board on this year, having a clearer cycle of when those grant opportunities are going to come out, that it's not just a one and done for the year. I think that's going to really help stabilize the field to be able to predict when money is coming out. And that equation for how the money will be divvied out also helps as well. And the more transparent we can be on that, the more programs can plan for that. And I would say, as well as around things such as wage incentives and bonuses, really the ability for those operational grants for agencies and childcare providers to use internally for them to increase wages is the thing that attracts and retains staff into the field. Is when an employer is able to themselves raise a wage or give a bonus, the employer sees that as something, the employee sees that as something that the employer really cares about me. We see that from the national job quality standards as well for out of school time, is that it's important for these type of wage incentives, bonuses, increases to be internal to the employer and not external to the employer, because it really helps with the retention and retaining. It allows the agency, when you're recruiting for an employee, to say, great, this is our wage incentive structure, or this is our salary range, opposed to something external that's harder for them to market for that. So I just encourage that piece, thinking of, operational grants are those components that allow agencies to predictably increase wages and wage incentives. The other piece I would say as well that hasn't been discussed is childcare for childcare workers. That is a piece that we know right now has been rolling out. I think there has been some success on that. I think there's a lot more work in communicating that to the sector and how do we market that to the sector as well as how do we market that to future employers. It's again complicated to explain that where if I'm an employer and we know the childcare worker could potentially get these, but they have to apply for a state first, they then have to apply for this other program, this, and again, it's all external to the employer. So it's hard for the employer when marketing and recruiting for an employee to give some of that information to the employee about, well, you could qualify for XYZ thing, or this is the benefit you can have. So just again, exploring how do we do a better job at integrating thing into the employer as both those wage incentives, the childcare for childcare worker pieces, so that that's all wrapped into the employment offer for folks coming into the field as well. The last piece that I would just share for the board to consider as well. Really appreciate, Christina, that comprehensive timeline that goes past just great, we made our budget, good luck to it, and into the next fiscal year. The part that I would encourage to just seeing how there has been challenges as it has gone from both to the different or where funding priorities have changes. When it has gone to finally approval, whether it's the administration or to assembly, I would encourage just looking earlier on how are we wrapping and engaging those additional voices. I know there's a period there, it looked like it was September, October, November, leading up to it, that there is just how do we engage some of those assembly members. You all are doing fabulous, really critical work that makes their life easier. How do we engage their voices earlier so that they understand when another ask comes from the community and all of a sudden gets in and bumps funding, how that impacts, so that they're seeing that earlier on and have those champions for your budget process. And they'll really help them understand that this is a very functional operational board that I think is sometimes a little bit different than a lot of the other municipal boards that are guiding programs, and that would be an opportunity just to look earlier on and how are we inviting them to learn and hear about the impact the fund's having and the budgetary process that you're going through. So I do think there's a lot of rigor and attention there that it is useful for them to know. So it's not coming down to a vote where all of a sudden money is getting changed. So those are my comments, and just want to thank you all for your time and dedication on this work. And it's great to see that this board has really stuck through it and it's keep pushing forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Any questions for Thomas? Hearing none. Anybody else that public testimony to share? Okay. Hearing none, we'll kind of close the public testimony. We still have people present as we as a board discuss. There could be additional questions or thoughts. Again, I'm not going to get too formal. If someone wants to add, please just raise your hand. It won't be just the board, but there is a bit of a focus of just initial board discussion on the 27 budget and just getting kind of a feel. And back to what Christina was saying, is there information that you want? Are there thoughts that you're having? Is there a specific process that you're hoping us, other than the timeline? What will be most helpful for you? Because we need to start really kind of putting this together in May and making that conversation as robust as possible. So just wanted to open it up to the board.
I can share.
Please, Chuck.
Some data or thing I'd like to see at the next meeting, Christina. I think we heard and really appreciate these comments around after school care and this shift to kind of availability versus affordability. Kid going into kindergarten, definitely. I'm feeling that right now, and it is more expensive than I was anticipating. I think an area I would love to get clarity on is it seems like there's distinct groups that we're trying to figure out that maybe have different needs. What I've always heard is that the infant care is really where it's impossible to find care for your kids, and that's what I experienced. That's what my friends have experienced. That maybe that preschool age is a little more available, and then it sounds like the after-school care has shifted more from availability into affordability. And to me, that seems like really important, like data to understand that potentially there's very different challenges within those different pieces, and that there might be a prioritization question, or like I think it's worth a conversation around like where really are the greatest challenges, because we have a pretty big mandate for kids across all these sections. So I'd love to see, and I know that data is varied in different places, but maybe there's updated data as well.
Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, thank you for that. With the survey, we'll plan on putting some age group, priorities as well, and some of the things that you brought up. But I think what you brought up that I haven't thought about yet is a good way to share maybe just by age group, right, by sector, some stats, like what we're seeing. I think that we've been hearing a lot about infant and toddler. Our public comment on the board today is really showing an issue with the school age sector and how they need support. So I think really being able to provide maybe a snapshot of what's going well, what are the challenges, what's the data from the programs that we did implement, maybe in one slide for each thing might be helpful. So that's some good feedback. Thank you for how we can share this information to help us easily tackle the conversation.
Other thoughts?
I don't know. I like the comment that Pam was made about involving other assembly members into the process a little more early on. I don't know if maybe inviting them to the May meeting with the mayor could be helpful. I did notice that when it came to the best beginning grant decision, a lot of the members who voted no for that were members that were more involved in our processes, like Cameron, and maybe those who didn't know our budget or our process voted more towards yes. So maybe involving them would help them see how their decisions have a big impact on our processes and budget and programs. So.
Right.
It's a great idea. And I just was thinking about with turnover in some of the assembly members, it's also really a critical time to be engaging and setting context and introducing ourselves and making sure that the information about our fund is out there. So I think that maybe we can chat more about approach with that.
Maybe we do, I just wrote down new assembly, like a meet and greet. How many new ones will there be? 3? And can you have 3? It's no more than 3, then it becomes open, right? So.
Yeah, 3 is
we're at
okay.
3, we could do a meet and greet and educate them.
Well, we would be an open meeting. Or you mean just like you?
Well, we would have, if you have more than 3 assembly members together, it becomes a meeting, and then also more than 3 of us. So if there was 3 of us, yeah. 3 of us and 3 of them, you don't have to do a meeting. Yeah, we'll figure out some meet and greet and a way to do it. So, and educate.
You
Yeah.
can also, you could have like an evening or, afternoon get together that's publicly noticed. That's just a meet and greet where you talk. It doesn't have to be a formal meeting. It just has to be noticed. So keep that in mind if all board members want to come and it's just a space to get to know each other. That's a possibility.
Thank you, Austin. Yeah, we'll work it out. We'll have a conversation with Christina and as well as Bill, just always thinking of our role with assembly and administration and figure out how best, because I'm sure there's also a process that new assembly members go through that for them to learn, and how do we make sure we're part of that process. So we'll do follow up. Other thoughts around the budget?
As I'm trying to process just all the comments, I just want to say thank you to Mel, Nate, and Thomas for sharing how effective the operational grants were. and the impact that those grants made to, for Nate and for Mel, how they were effective when stabilizing their staff and their programs. So thank you for that feedback. I'm really interested in hearing more from the entire field, not just school age, but so those surveys for me are going, that data that we collect there is going to be very important for me to really hear and see what the majority is feeling and the impact and what's going on within these programs. Like I'm hearing from some of the bilingual home providers that the enrollment is low. Enrollment is low. They've been the ones that have really been calling thread. I haven't heard from any other programs, but I mean, they have been calling consistently, saying that no one is calling them. They have put out advertisement and they're scared that they're gonna have to close their businesses because they can't afford to continue operations. So I guess I just want to hear from the field more. That survey is gonna be very important.
Thank you, Mildred. Board members online, I just want to make sure there's space. Jessica?
I just wanted to echo what Mildred was saying about, the data. I think that'll be really helpful to see what's going on and what's been impactful. I know also the other thing we had talked about at one point was some of that seed data that Mildred had. I was wondering if we still wanted to take a look at something there.
Do you remember specifically what we were thinking about or what you were hoping for with that data?
Well, I know it's been a big question of like how many providers do we have in the municipality, right? I know not everybody's registered in the seed registry, but maybe how many seed applicants are there in Anchorage in the seed registry? What are their seed levels? Are they, it would be interesting if they're taking advantage of some of the programs, as we're trying to make these dollars more strategic and, like, are these programs taking advantage of the things that are available through seed and not just relying on these operational dollars, which is kind of like some of the fears that we've heard from the assembly, right? Is we're just giving them these dollars and don't exactly know what it's going to be spent on because we're giving them that flexibility. But it would be nice to see, like, if they're getting the funds, are they also taking advantage of other funds out there? Hope that
Right.
answers it.
Yeah,
I can answer that. I did send that data to Austin. Oh, but I probably need to update it. Austin, I sent you that, oh my gosh, in the fall. So now, April 2026, that data is different.
Okay, great. I just made a note. Share this with Christina because I think you and I were looking at that, thinking about what
Yes.
her pension bonuses and how we could shape that program. But yeah, if you have, I'll loop Christina in on what I have
Okay.
and then we could update it from there.
Let's do
and
that.
maybe what we do is we look at our calendar and see if we can just have a speed presentation and educate folks. Not everybody on our board is going to know it or know it in depth, so it could be very helpful. Anybody else online? I'll just reiterate that my whole process is around the data. So again, being able to look at that, but also just sticking with our philosophy. We specifically designed our funding that it was not a let's change it every year, and recognizing the importance of sustainability. There's enough of us that are not just working this field, but work in the nonprofit field. And I recognize some of our child care is quote unquote for profit, but that could be in question of what kind of profit do they actually make. So just understanding the importance of that sustainability and that when we look at the budget, we are not a testing ground, and or if we do, understanding the longevity of that to really get some good data and to be able to base those decisions. So it may seem like as a board, it feels maybe a little bit like bobblehead yet, because this is what we've been doing and we want to stay there, but we can do it informed, but still keeping the ship on that straight and narrow, as they say, going forward with maybe some adjustments depending on the headwind or side winds and things that are happening. So just want to put that out and making sure that we don't take this as like, oh, let's just change everything. Because I really do appreciate, as somebody said, understand when we do make changes, what is that ripple effect? And making sure that we understand that. So I look forward to this, and I'll work with Christina in prepping us for our May meeting and structure of how do we have this conversation and what does that look like?
Yeah, I do want to add really quickly, this has been a great conversation. I have two questions, or one question, one comment. I'll start with the comment. I have been taking notes just to underscore Trevor's point of, we have established some programs and not wanting to shake that up so much is one of the conversations we should have. So I've been noticing and seeing some opportunities in what we're hearing as challenges and how we can incorporate those things into current programs. So not necessarily not doing the operational grants, but maybe can we build in a retention bonus, or can we build in, looking at hearing from Mel, looking at the startup funding. I know that we didn't move forward with that, but could we build something like that into current programs? So just that one comment of, we have the freedom to be creative and flexible within programs. That doesn't mean like not doing the programs we've established. And then my question is, I've been thinking a little bit about, with that being said, there's a couple of new ideas that I think would be interesting for us to explore or just hear about. And just wondering, thinking about when's the best time to do that. Probably more upfront in our budget conversation, just so we all can hear what those are. We can decide we don't like those ideas, or maybe we want to build those out for future years. But just wanting to know from everyone, what the desire is, what that looks like, how the best approach would be, when to sprinkle that into the conversation.
I'm intrigued on what that means. What ideas? Before we maybe sprinkle in new ideas, I wanted to express that with my pilot project, we don't have necessarily new data per se, as you've spoken about, but preschool lottery just closed and we're offering spots, and we already have as many applicants as I do spots, and we have another lottery to go. And I have more applicants for the 2 locations that have the pilot programs than ever before. And I have people even maybe white lying their addresses and trying to bend rules to get into those locations to have the after school care. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because this opportunity for preschool, the free in the morning and complimentary in the afternoon with the paid, is so helpful for families. But then bleeding into the after school and partnering, I know I've reached out and spoken with Melanie in the past about partnering, but maybe getting those preschoolers in can bolster up. I also have a kindergartner going, and I have to look at that after school care. Well, but having those preschoolers into some of these after school is also going to help bolster that after school programming. So somebody wants to partner. We have kids that need spots, need help.
I think that's a good example of a new idea. It's not new in the sense that your pilot program addressed it, but it's new in the sense of, do we want to explore that as a potential opportunity? So maybe what I'm hearing is like, we want the data of current programs, and maybe we review that and look at that first, and then and have a space, if it's not in the May, in the June meeting to highlight some new programs. All would have the opportunity to bring some of those ideas.
So what I'm going to suggest is you and I just meet, and what we're going to do is plan out, not just May, but actually plan out the sequence. So we have our general timeline, but what do we want to try to achieve in each one of those? And prep the board. We can share that, get your feedback if you want to switch or add to, and then be able to move that forward.
Sounds good.
We'll do some follow-up. Okay. Anything else on the budget before I move us forward? All right, again, thank you to those if you're still on, and or the energy out there for your contribution and sharing, and there'll be definitely more opportunities for the public to be able to participate. We are going to go to a presentation from Hillcrest, and I'm not seeing who's doing that presentation.
Christina, right here.
Oh, Christina, hi, okay. Fantastic, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity to share about our 2025 pilot project and capital initiative. See. Make this
Yeah, I
work.
think you might
How I
have
have to do it.
yeah.
That's great. Well, I have to go. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, part of that new capital meant I got a MacBook and I'm trying to figure it all out.
Understand, that's the same.
I want to.
While we're waiting, there's coffee over here in the corner for anyone in person who needs to fill their cup.
Is there water clicked on?
I had to go out to the water fountain this morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you don't want me on coffee.
Here. Okay. Now we're gonna mention the water now.
That's okay.
And now,
Oh, it's more.
5 minute break real quick.
Yep, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll see you at 10:20.
Then I can go grab water.
No, thanks. Sorry.
All right, thank you for everybody's patience. We'll get going again. Turning it over to Hillcrest and Sharon on their pilot project. Christina.
Thank you for having me. Share about our pilot project and our capital expenditures. I'm Christina Eubanks. I'm this executive director of Hillcrest Children's Center. And for those of you who don't know, Hillcrest Children's Center has provided childcare in the Anchorage Bowl since 1968. So we're moving up to 60 years of meeting that need. A few years ago, we started an after-school program, our Hillcrest Youth Center at Airport Heights Elementary School. And we are partnering with First United Methodist Church, which is just a couple blocks south from here, to help them facilitate. They got state childcare innovation funds with the end of COVID with ARPA to start the first worker-owned childcare cooperative in Alaska. And so that is where we're at right now. The problem that we were setting out to address was sustainability and scalability issues. And so our board was looking at and just watching and seeing what was going on within the Anchorage municipality. What we were seeing is that we had what we call these legacy programs. So people who've been offering childcare for decades, but everything was really tied to the strong administrator model. And so when the administrator went to go leave, we were seeing other nonprofits in a panic because they were going to lose their license because they could not find people who had the qualifications to continue operations. We were talking about succession plan because I've been at Hillcrest for 19 years, I think now, we're moving around there. And so how we manage that, as well as running a childcare business is a lot. I think our board is always surprised what it takes to go in and do that. But also in participating within the state's quality initiative, Learn and Grow is an additional set of tasks and responsibilities as we're moving up to provide high quality care within the municipality. And so asking people to step in, learn everything they need to do to be able to manage a licensed childcare program, and then also make it a quality licensed childcare program, how the state has defined it, it just becomes extra. And so when you have that transition of an administrator, because our Learn and Grow initiative is the foundation of it, is a qualified administrator. If you lose that, you also can find yourself falling back on that program. And so it was just that sustainability piece, as well as when a program closes, what we've learned is that oftentimes, especially if they are a legacy program, building requirements have changed, and we are looking at massive renovation costs in having that transition. And so it's ideal if we can keep these programs in operation versus losing them and trying to get them back up and going again. So that was one aspect. The other thing we were looking at was the scalability piece. And so we were seeing every once in a while a new program would open in town, and these being centers, more homes, they'll be there, but that we were not seeing that they were lasting longer than 3 years. And so we were seeing that we had really well-intentioned, beautiful programs. I think, the one that we really talked about was the Hmong program, that was coming in and meeting a community need, really invested, and then did not have, for some reason, the supports to be able to make it past that 3rd year mark. And so in talking with those administrators, we were, seeing like what's going on there. And then, our board at Hillcrest is a parent operated board. And so these are parents who have experience. They got involved because they were looking for childcare. They realized what the struggle is. They have friends who are in that same age bracket of looking through this. And so this was always what we talk about in our meetings. And so that was the problems that we were wanting to use the pilot funds to address. And so our project for 2025 was building that workforce pipeline and specifically moving into the administrative training. And so we funded, you all funded a cooperative administrative training cohort. And the design for this was to equip childcare workers who are in the field to meet the Alaska administrator educational requirements. And so that is seed level on the seed level 7, which is 12 early childhood university classes. Or a CDA, so Child Development Associate. And then again, we're integrating the state's Learn and Grow program in this. And so it also included the human resources and finances classes. So that way these administrators, it isn't something they're being trained in to run quality programs. And our other outcomes that we were moving to is that we are transitioning Hillcrest Children's Center. So that's our location on Government Hill, and the Hillcrest Youth Center, our location at Airport Heights, to a worker administrated model as a nonprofit. So that then we have the workers are becoming the administrators and are administrating their own programs. So moving away from a strong administrator hierarchy to they're making these decisions together. And then opening up a new it was originally a worker-owned licensed childcare program at First UMC, but those workers have decided to incorporate as a nonprofit. So it's going to be the first worker-directed nonprofit in the state of Alaska. So our results, we met our goal, which was we wanted 15 people in our cohort. We had 17. So that was really exciting. 100% of those 17 completed the first UAF class that we did in the summer of 2025. And so everybody got A's. It was really exciting, especially because 6 of them, English is a second language. And so we had different levels of comfortability with English. And so we did a lot as a group, they came together in supporting. And so everybody, like when you're posting your stuff on the Canva board on college, we were translating it in Spanish. So we put it in English, translate it in Spanish for them, to help them, as well as then they got to write theirs in Spanish and translate it to English. So we also all got to learn about how well these free translation apps were. 6 people have chosen from them to go the CDA route, and they have either earned or in the process of earning their CDA. An additional 6 completed a second UAF ACCEE Human Resources class. A number of people, just depending on where they were coming into it. So some of them, to be able to meet the credentials, they may have only needed the 1 class. And then they've hit now ACCEE level 7. And so then we had 4 new people who have now met all the requirements for their ACCEE administrator credentials, which again is the requirement to move into a level 2 on our Learn and Grow quality initiative. On average, we had a ACCEE career ladder advancement of at least 1 rung on the ladder. Several people made multiple rung advancements, and then there's a few of us who have bachelor's and master's degrees, and so we just stayed the same. But some of them earned like their administrator credential for the state. In the end, right now, as we stand, we have 6 new administrators and associate administrators within the citywide childcare network who are actively working in these programs operating these programs as administrators. And 6 who are still engaged in the cohort and are finishing up the requirements to become administrators. And this is big because one of the things, just as a small side note, context is that the state redid in their requirements to lower the amount of administrators, people who met administrator credentials on site, because there was not enough in the state. And so they went through a code change to lower it, because it used to be that you had to have 1 per every 30 children on site. And they just programs were not being able to enroll because they could not meet that. And here we have where we're able to more than meet that now at these sites. And again, the idea is that we're building up this line of people to sustain the programs that they're at, but also be able to go in and open up new programs. So the ripple impact of how this has happened is 1 member of the 17 people who participated in the cohort is in the process of licensing a new home program. So that's going to open up 8 additional spots, and that's expected to open in 2026. Another participant is working with childcare workers within the field who also meet administrator qualifications to open up that worker directed nonprofit. 3 Elements is what they're calling themselves at First UMC, and they're also reopening the Turnagain Elementary after school program that had closed this year. And so that will be they'll have an infant, toddler, preschool, and then 2 school age locations to serve up to 104 children. Our Hillcrest youth worker, 3 of the participants in that program are transitioning. Well, they're operating that as a worker administered school age program. And so again, last school year was our first school year. We're into the second school year. And I second what Mel and them said, it takes 3 years to move up to sustainability, but we made it in year 2 with that program. Already, we tripled the first year. But with that model, we are able to look at even doubling again the capacity of that program as well. Because we had 3 administrators, we were able to jump into Jesse's ASD pilot program because Airport Heights offers that morning neighborhood pre-K program. And so we were able to get licensed by October for that and be able to offer the after school program for children who are attending the pre-K in the morning. And then those families have the option to enroll just till 2:30 when elementary school ends, or they can extend into 6 p.m. into our after school program. And so that allowed having all these strong administrators in this model. Our Airport Heights program is now a year-round school age program. And we are already enrolling children who've been reached out to us from other elementary schools. And we have the potential to, we're just talking about expanding to a second classroom and being able maybe to go up to 40 children. So it just depends, again, working with ASD and the open class, what they have open classroom spaces at that site. Or to another site. The issue is one of our administrators is a mental health consultant and has a master's in mental health. And we are seeing, and I take this line from YMCA, their youth program administrators. Last week, we were meeting with school age, Rasmussen did a convening, thank you. I've been struggling with that word all week. And they said, what we're having is the entry level workers that we're getting do not have the skills to manage the needs of the children that we're serving. And so one of the reasons why this program has also become very successful is we have somebody with a master's in mental health and is able to support and train and coach and train the workers on how to manage some bigger behavioral needs that we're seeing in the classrooms and hold that culture of that space. In our value, we keep saying our expectations for the program is we need to be safe, kind, and respectful. And it's just constantly what we're hearing, like for the kids, oh, is that a safe choice? Is that respectful? So it's really beautiful. And our last thing is Hillcrest. We served 80. We're not expanding more than 80 because we're just stuck with the square footage in the building. But we are sustaining that 80 children, and that those workers, again, we were looking for sustainability because once I leave, we needed to make sure that they, how are you going to sustain that? And so we have 3 workers who are four, who are working to a worker administrator model for that long-term sustainability. And those workers are actively exploring transitioning Hillcrest to be a bilingual program. Because that is the skill set and that they bring in, and which is to me is a beautiful tie because Government Hill Elementary School is a Spanish immersion program. And so we might as well start training families to drive up to Government Hill to get that service. Lessons learned. And so our mantra last year has been, this is a pilot. Like, we're learning. Christina had a great idea. Now we're seeing how does this work? And so it, has really allowed us to be really open about this is what's really great, and this is where we're struggling. Because we are taking a very diverse work field, and childcare workers are very diverse. We have 4 different languages that are speaking among our staff at Hillcrest. And so we're taking them and we're asking them to make that step into leadership. It may be that you're co-leading, administering the program you're in, or you may be that we want you to step in, or you want to step in and have that entrepreneurial spirit and want to run your own business or move into a new space. And so that's a big leap for the workers. And so it was talking them through and then being able to meet these educational requirements and participating in university classes, that may be a big leap. Managing the online to get your child development associate classes. And so we were just seeing it burn out if we were asking too much outside of their 40-hour work week. And so we really just had to pivot. And as part of what we're looking is developing a registered apprenticeship program. And so we made it very clear that in our design for sustainability and retention of employees is that these training hours needed not only to be paid, because legally if you're requiring people to do work or to do training for their jobs, you're paying them, but it needed to be within their 40-hour work week as much as possible. And so that kind of gave us an idea of what that timeline for our apprenticeship program would look like. The second thing that we learned is education, that knowledge base alone is not enough. And so running a licensed childcare program is a complex thing. You're dealing with children, you're dealing with many employees, and you're dealing with families. And so that's a lot of different skill sets that you need to do. And so we can provide people with knowledge. And this is kind of very much the same thing. We looked at different apprenticeship programs. The University UAA has an apprenticeship program. But in my experience is it's really great gearing up for Head Starts and participation or in running a school district programs. But the realities of of licensed childcare programs that often operate 10 to 12 hours a day, that's just a different beast. And so we really needed to make sure that they had not only the skills, the knowledge, but the competencies in being able to run and operate a licensed childcare program. And so our solution is really the fact is that we have to have hands-on coaching and mentoring. And so that looks like that we are taking, as we're going through their days and providing that support and things come up, reminding them, oh, this goes back to what we talked about in class. So here's, remember we talked about what are your options? The other thing is not everything that you're going to run into was taught in class or talked about in class. And so it's that having those people who have that experience and, for them to see us as resources and talk through and share and talk about the pros and cons, because not everything also has one solution. And again, these are worker-led programs. We're looking for childcare is a undervalued and underpaid field. And so people, but we know that retention increases when people have autonomy and agency in their programs. And so like a lot of this is yep, how I would do it as the administrator is not doesn't mean that's how you're going to do it. And so here's lessons I've learned, but you get to make your own decisions based on the values and the mission of your program. And so, that support is helping us transition the workers into being successful administrators of a worker and it being a worker-led model. Sorry, Mark. So again, we all want, not only we want all these programs to be successful. We want to be sustainable and we want to see more programs. And so we've figured out that there really needs to be an infrastructure in making that. And I talked with different people, and Kirk Rose at Anchorage Trust Foundation with their Set Up Shop initiative was like, yep, Christina, these are the 4 pillars that we found that you need. And he's like, and you've got them. One is that training. So we have a 2-track apprenticeship program that we're developing. So the first one is the people new to the field, and they're coming in and they're getting their child development to CDA, or if they're doing school age to get their CYA. And so they access, and so they have the skill, the knowledge and the competencies to be able to work in the programs. And then the second was for those people who have the entrepreneurial spirit, want to go into business development. Either they want to step into the leadership roles of the program they're in, or they want to move into another space that's available. Then they would do the Alaska Administrator Apprenticeship track. The second pillar is technical assistance, and that's that coaching and mentoring. So not once you have that knowledge, how is it we apply it? How, that resource. I took over Hillcrest at 26 from Campfire, which has a great agency, great support. We had an HR department, we had a finance department, we had a PD, department, all these great things. And then suddenly it was just me and QuickBooks for Dummies. And so having had that support to people to call and be like, I have this issue, this is what I'm thinking, but what do I not know? And I think that is where the burnout comes, is people, you don't know what you don't know. And knowing that there's other people to sit there and get that support from. The third pillar that we're looking into is a shared services model. And so especially as I was moving up with Learn and Grow, there's licensing has a lot of compliance things that you have to do and a lot of paperwork and admin support. Then the more you move up with Learn and Grow, it's a lot of regulations and record keeping and things to do that become tasks added on, and the administrator role becomes bigger and bigger because you want to keep money as much as possible to your workers. But the more you participated up, then it became your work weeks became longer. And the other reality that we have is our younger generation of people are not willing to work 60, 70 hours a week at a job. In fact, that was one of the first things that came in when we were doing it in the summer class, is the person that I was like, oh, I think you're going to take over Hillcrest. And he was talking to me one day and we're sitting there and he's like, so I see that you're always there. I drive by, you're there in the evenings. I drive by on the weekends, you're there on the weekends. It's like, I have no interest in doing that at all. And I was like, oh, we really need to come up with a different model. Because I don't recommend that either. And so we've gotten funding from the United Way to explore this option this next year with a feasibility study. And there's actually a national organization that focuses on shared services for early childhood. So I'm going to go back to that conference and learn what other counties and states are doing. But again, you have all these small independent programs, and so they're all having to manage that themselves. And I think this maybe the burnout comes in is they're really great teachers and they're moving up and they're like, yep, I want to do this. And then they're realizing we have all this other stuff that they just weren't aware of. And so having that in a centralized location helps lower the costs from each individual program, being able to afford that. It also, there's benefits on both ends. It's also benefits to licensing, knowing, okay, this is where we're going, to funders, knowing, okay, this isn't just one entity. And this isn't just about centers. We also are working with some home providers on this. And as we're doing this, because you're doing training, we're seeing that this is really incorporating and moving into a lot of different areas. And so having training being the same is that there's already been some talking about, well, actually we've been doing some sharing staff to come in. And so it has lots of potential we're excited about. And the fourth pillar is accessing real estate in Anchorage. There's a limited real estate. It's expensive. We all know ASD very much has space. They're talking about how what does that look like? First United Methodist, First UMC Church was like, hey, we have this big building. We can renovate this space, as well as there's been discussion with some businesses. We have this floor, that we might be interested in doing, but none of those entities are interested in moving into the business of childcare. That is not what they're wanting to do. And they're needing to know if they're making this investment because these remodels are expensive. And how do they recoup their costs of that with somebody that they can trust is going to make it past the 3rd-year mark. And so, and the liability, we're learning all the legal things that come in with these spaces. And so the model that we're moving for is that the network is holding those leases. Because when I met with ASD, they were having problems. People couldn't even get the insurance to be able to move and rent into the space. And so there was discussion about not opening the RFPs. They're like, anyways. So how is it that you come in and the network holds the response and then is providing the support and subleasing out to these worker-led models? So
Sorry for clarity.
yeah,
No, this is great. Thank you. Is Hillcrest looking at creating a citywide childcare network? Is this something that you're recommending that is created but is not part of Hillcrest?
So right now Hillcrest is holding that network. And
is that viable for you all to hold that network, or is it?
Those are honest conversations our board has right now, because it's looking at the bylaws, all these things, as well as, and again, I was really excited to find out that there's a national organization that has things to look at, like, one of the things we have a meeting this evening is they have a checklist for the agencies who are interested in being the hub and how you manage that and how you manage the hub if it is Hillcrest and Hillcrest has sites underneath here, you want to make sure that all the network things are being treated the same. And so it's just, things that we're discussing. But right now it is being held at Hillcrest.
Just how is this funded in other cities?
It is a mix of state, private, public, and a little bit maybe we had discussed, but some people are talking about potential of user fees. The reality is, we're talking about the costs for parents. And so, what does that look like? At the Rasmussen after school convening. It was interesting. They broke everybody up to 4 different groups of after school providers, and every group that came back with their innovation was a shared services model. But in there, they said that it was not being paid for by the programs because there's not the fund. And I think anyways, we have ideas about potential potential income streams on this, but it is going to be a mixed cost.
Do you know what is the cost?
No, that my feasibility study that United Way is paying for this year, will start. So, by fall, I'll have a better understanding of that.
Well, and I know that we're not funding that feasibility. I'll speak just for myself, is that I would love to see what that is.
Yeah.
So I think it's building off of this and just trying to understand the childcare network. I would love just to even have a presentation on what is the childcare network? Is it just these pillars or understanding that more?
Yeah.
Because again, that is the kind of stuff, like doing the operational stuff is great, but in my head, if I change funding, it is like, it's less about getting money just into hands, but systems. If the system doesn't change, it's really hard. So
Yeah, and you
I
know,
would love to learn more about this.
yeah, and I think, I mean, there's the shared services model, I think is really has that potential. I mean, I'm really excited about this. And I don't want to talk a little bit much because I did present. We did apply for 2026 grants, so I don't want to go into too much. Yeah, so that was.
No, that's fine. And I'm just recognizing, we just need
Okay.
at least about 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes to close up things. So
Well, then we're right on schedule.
perfect.
So again, in closing, what we're looking for was sustainability and scalability. And this model is how we're seeing to be able to do that. We believe the sustainability comes into having worker-led programs. So these are the people who are committed to the field, they're passionate about it. And when they have that agency and autonomy to be able to run the program the way that they want and have, and the way that I describe it is, you know, if the decision impacts you, you're the ones who get to make it. And so there shouldn't be, if I'm not going to be stepping in your classroom to cover your workers' breaks, or your workers' vacations, I shouldn't have decisions, you know, input on that decision, as long as it falls within our, you know, rules, our handbook. You guys get to manage all that yourself. And so it's been really exciting to see these programs and just the little changes and see people who are great teachers and grow in their, so they have the knowledge base to be administrators, but watching them be competent, capable administrators. And so it's just been beautiful to watch. The 2 apprenticeship tracks, again, I've talked about that 3 times now. We're looking to lower that barriers to business ownership because childcare are businesses, even if it's a nonprofit. I mean, it still has to make money, it has to balance out at the end of the day. And so again, that cost of those shared services and just that support to be able to manage all the systems that a licensed childcare program has to operate in. And those systems and making them accessible and the equity model so that we can have people who come in who are Spanish speaking and are able to operate within a licensing program that doesn't do that. So that's what some of the supports that we're offering is, you know, this program, they speak Spanish, all their documents are being done in Spanish. Their people they're enrolling are, you know, Spanish speaking, and yet you're asking for everything in English. And so how is it that we can help them make it so that you guys know what they're doing? Because right now what they're doing is just, they're like, well, we just submit all this stuff in English. I'm like, but is that what you're doing? So helping those supports. And again, the final thing is this is cross-sector collaboration. No one entity or sector is going to be able to fix this. And so it is creating those strong partnerships with businesses, with schools, with nonprofits, with foundations, and government funding to be able to make sustain that field. And the last little slide is we did get the capital grant, and that was for technology because we, you know, to be a professional agency, you have to have technology. And so we have 41 employees. We now have technology for every staff. We needed to upgrade our network connectivity. And this has helped them be successful to complete the trainings and to complete the trainings within their workday because we have more than enough devices. So when they're able to step out and it works for them, they're able just to step out and start working on that training, and they feel professional. I mean, that was one of them. I literally got a text and she was like, oh, I feel like I'm a professional. And so,
Yeah.
And it increases the communication and the data that they're going to need as they start moving again to taking control of their own budgets and doing those things. They need to understand when they're making decisions, how every daily decisions about what they're purchasing and how they're staffing impacts that. And so that, we're really grateful for all the support y'all have given us.
Great. If we can just stop sharing the screen and just open it up to board, any other questions, comments,
How do we do
thoughts?
that?
Okay.
Just any confirmation, I guess, for all of the staff training, Hillcrest staff, or were you working with staff across?
No, we opened up to other places. So we had so primarily they were mostly, but we had 3 people who weren't. And so one of them is now, and out of that 3, one works Head Start. She was like, this is really interesting. But I'm gonna go back to my Head Start job. One is now moving in and is going to open up the worker program at the worker directed nonprofit at First GMC. And the other one is moving in and starting her own home.
Cool.
So.
Other questions? Well, thank you so much. Very fascinating. Actually, be curious about the sustainability and again, loved the system information. It wasn't just about the support of kids, which is equally our responsibility, but it's also if the system actually doesn't support it, we're always just going to be chasing our tails. So this is wonderful. All right, well, thank you. And this brings us to member comments, and I just want to kick it off as it was kind of brought up at the beginning, somewhat stealing my thunder a little bit, which is just say thank you to Austin. I've had the privilege of working with her for much longer than all of you. We started almost 3 years ago on this project of just the implementation team and then the board and all the pieces. And it's just been a pleasure working with you, Austin. Learned so much. And, you know, hopefully you also just see when we first got the board, one of the things was about getting an executive director. And we were all like, well, it's not Austin because we know what you were doing personally, but we need Austin and fought really hard to make sure that we had an intro and had you for the year to really set us up. And oh my God, did you ever do that? We are where we are today because of you. The board played a role, but they provided the vision or their hopes. And then you took it and made it real and just moved it. And then also interjected your own experience and your own knowledge. We got where we are today because of that. And I can't thank you enough, not just as a professional, but as a friend. And I'm going to miss you. And if you somehow sneak back into Alaska and don't look me up, I will find you. And I will also do the same if I make it down to Oregon. But on behalf of the board, and I will open it up to others, thank you. And that word just isn't big enough or strong enough, but that's the one that comes to mind. Open it up to also anybody on the board that would like to share or do any personal thanks to Austin. Please do, somebody.
Austin, Austin, I remember starting with you on the implementation team as well, and I've just learned so much, you know, helping organize us all and drive this work forward. I think that you are very compassionate, and I think that shows through your leadership, and it's just been such a pleasure, and I don't really want to say any more because I'm going to cry too. So I love you. Thank you.
Kevin?
I just want to echo what everybody else said, Austin. You know, I think we first worked together on some of the stuff during COVID, and that's where I first got to meet. And you've always had this sort of strength too in your leadership. You're very calm and very measured, and I really appreciated the way that you've led not just on this board, but the city as well, as somebody who's just steady and reliable with everything. And you've just done fantastic work, and so thank you.
Jesse?
Yeah, then I appreciate everything that you've done, as Kevin said, for their city, but this board, and you've taught me so much, more than you think you. So I appreciate you so much.
Go for it, Chuck.
I'll echo everything that's been said. Yeah, it's been a real joy getting to work with you, and I just really appreciate it, even from the first moment when you sat me down, and it was just me and you, because I started late with the PowerPoint, and you were like, here's everything you need to know. I was like, okay, let's get into it. But yeah, just really, really appreciate you, and hope you have lots of time for sports and family in the next year or two.
Leo, I saw you on mute.
Yeah, thanks so much, Austin. I agree with all of the other comments, but one thing that maybe we haven't touched on is I was really impressed by your courage to kind of jump into the unknown. I think that was probably one of the bigger challenges with the setup, which I know a lot of it even happened before the board, but that you and Trevor and the implementation team worked on. But your willingness to jump in and figure out what you knew and what you didn't know, and to ask so many thoughtful questions. And I mean, you did so much behind the scenes that we only heard the tip of the iceberg, but reaching out to the community, and building up kind of the team and the resources that you need. So I was really impressed by your ability to manage all of that. And then also, with designing the new programs and getting it all up to speed in the amount of time that you had, I was definitely blown away. So we will miss you, and we'll be thinking of you as we kind of forge into the future for all of the efforts that you made. And then just one other comment while I'm unmuted. Christina, thank you for your presentation. I learned a lot, and I like how you combined the sustainability issues with the different centers, but also at the same time, expanding access. So I was really impressed, and I learned a lot from that. So I'm excited to hear updates as you continue. So thanks.
Austin, I would like to echo everything everyone said. Your tears make me so emotional. I just want to say thank you. I learned a lot. And just your hugs, not just for me, but also your many hugs that you share with me and Andre at Shiloh. So not just on the ACE board, but just thank you for your presence, and your guidance and your leadership. It has been wonderful. I have learned so much just observing you. And you have done an amazing job with starting us out. And so I will keep going and represent well because of the groundwork that you have done. So thank you.
And I just want to add, stepping into this role, it was crystal clear at every level of who I engaged with, the trailblazing that you did, and honestly, set this up for me to step into, and it's an honor to step into this position. And what I've learned from you has been incredible. You already know that what we built, I can't imagine my life without you at this point. So, I just want to add, Austin, that we have more messages that we'll send you that you can look at later. But well, I'll let you speak while I pull it. How about that?
Would you like to say anything, Austin?
Sure. Thank you. I thought, oh yeah, they'll say goodbye to me and I'll be a little sad, but I didn't expect this. So thank you. And sorry. Thank you to the board. You guys always had faith in me, even though I was brand new to this sector. And I remember having a conversation with Trevor in the fall of 23 saying, well, I don't know everything there is to know. Are you sure I'm the right person to do this? And him saying, yes, you are. And you're going to ask the right questions and you're going to learn. And I was only able to do that because of the sector. And, Mel's comments earlier, it's because they were there and showed up and met with me and Christina, who's here, right? Well, both Christinas. But I was thinking of Christina Eubanks, right? Like showing up at these presentations I was doing. I know I wasn't saying the right stuff or always understanding everything. And you all were so patient and just taught me and listened and let me listen. And I'm really thankful for that. And I think it just shows how incredible the sector is and what leadership there is among everyone who works in it, and the care for kids and families and the economy. It's so broad and complicated, and I'm just so impressed. And thanks to like board members like the implementation team, you guys spent hours and hours, and Kevin, Jessica, Branwen, trying to make these systems work. And the public doesn't really see that, but gosh, what did we meet? Like 10 times with each organization, right? Just hammering out these details. And so just thanks to this board and then the hiring committee, right? Each of you has played a role that took hours and hours and hours to make the ACE Fund better. And you're all volunteers. And of course, Trevor and Jessica just guiding this group. Both of them have been with me since the beginning, right? 2.5 years we've been doing this. And both of you bring such different skill sets and perspectives. And I've learned so much from each of you. And I think you make this beautiful team. Anyway, just really thankful. Thanks to the administration for supporting me playing this role too. And then to Christina, we've had so much fun. I didn't know it would be so fun over the last 4 months. And what I really loved is that there's no competition. We're partnership. And, Christina knows more about the sector. I know more about the ACE Fund. We're bringing that together to make this the strongest possible program it can be. And, we've never, not once, right, Christina, like, oh, here, I'll draft this for you. You show it. I don't care if people don't know I did it. Or she goes, oh, yeah, you send that off because it doesn't matter that I'm the one. It's just this really cool cooperation that you don't always get in these situations. So thank you for that, and for making everything so fun. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead. You wanted to show something?
I did want to share sorry if it doesn't work, but hopefully it will.
We'll send it.
Oh, there we go, Austin. We have some beautiful combined words that you can, I just want to scroll for everyone to see that there is endless. Thank you.
Wow.
And some cheers for you, Austin. We're going to send this to you, but I hope you know your reach it's going to be long lasting in Alaska for all of us and the children and families. So,
Wow.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for that. Really cool.
But we still have you for a couple more weeks, so we'll cry in a couple weeks again when it's fully official.
Yeah.
Unless there's any announcements, we're a little bit over, but we started a little bit late. I think all is good. Thank you to everybody for all the work and presentations and everything, and have a fabulous rest of your week. Have a great day.
Bye.